right, so maybe that should be my oh, I guess I should put you up here though. Hopefully you'll stop making all that racket. All righty. A little early. Boop. Oh, music. What am I doing? Ah! Good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. On a little bit earlier because I was up at 3 freaking a.m. So that's been fun. Let me see. Bear with me for a moment. I've got to get some noise up in here. Well, let's hope that's not that is indeed the song that's on right now. Okay. A bit of early morning bop, huh? I guess that's what we're going with. Yes, that's what I need to do. Okay. I did. Here we go. I've just got to change out my thread. Because I was working on some wallets. And I will probably end up finishing those today too. Because we've only got a little bit more work on the Twilight Traveler. If I missed you saying anything like good morning for that, please let me know. Also, if you have any suggestions for things that you would like to know what I use, like what type of music that. Speaking of, I know I ordered some recently, but I know they're coming from overseas, so we'll see. Because it was a nice big box of them. Now, because I use StreamYard, I know the gram will have a delay. And I guess I was feeling extra cheeky this morning. So I've got my fun rainbow shorts on and my ball shirt. I love this shirt. It's still, I think I cannot understand, and I guess maybe I should just Google it, but I don't understand why front-facing cameras are backwards. We have technology. We have so much technology, but we still have front-facing cameras that mirror everything. It's like, why? Back camera doesn't do that. Okay, I don't know why I've got info up. Hang on. I didn't even know it could do that. What did it do? Oh, well, that helps. Ooh, I can walk 1 hour? Well, let's just go back 1 hour. Sweet. My ship's not sinking. Again, if you say good morning, I'm so sorry. I'm just trying to get my machine. There we go. Threaded. So good morning, everybody. The week has gone by well for you. And if weekends technically mean nothing to you, welcome to the club. since my husband's usually off on Sunday, but he's been working. But he's been working Sundays, so now he's been off on like Thursday. So it's kind of thrown my schedule for a loop, and I've had to remind myself that I take off the day that he's not working because I need a day off as well. But I kind of forget because it's not Sunday that he's off now. So I'm very confused, and I'm sorry if I'm shaking the camera, but these drawers from Michael's are awful. Just double check it to see how everyone's. Oh, my nose keeps itching. The pollen outside. Now, every time I go outside, when I come back in, it's just my face itches. Okay, got my routine prep. I need to reintroduce myself to what we were working on last time, which is ta-da! So I've got those panels. So I don't really need those just yet. That's right. Okay. And I'm going to have to send back the soldering iron that I got, that I just purchased because it's already not working. And I'm like, well, I'm not playing that game. So I'm just going to have to use the one that I have and hope that, I don't injure myself, because I do need to put some rivets here. I'm trying to decide if I could just sew it, or I could put like two rivets here. I'm just gonna sew it. It's silly otherwise. So it's like what I have to do is finish up the zipper panel. Still looks really nice. And then so and then do the handle for it, the grab handle. I'm going to go up as close as I think I can get. Means I'm still going to probably put a rivet on here just to keep this wing from, well, it might not be too bad. Just gonna get these threads out of the way. And I just cleaned underneath my machine. I think I found 20 clips that had fallen down there at some point. That's one side. Or not one side. Yeah, I don't think it's going to need it because it's going to get stationed by the handle. I'll decide after I add the handle if I'm going to add any rivets there. Thank you for any follows. I appreciate that. because I saw that there's like a studio thing that you can use, which probably means I'd be able to just use everything on my computer. But you need like 10,000 followers. And I don't know how to get to that because I don't understand the what's not that. Uh, why is that? Hold on. I didn't check my measurements. It looks like sorry, y'all. That's about 4.5 there. Okay, so no, I guess I measured it or something because it's the same length, even with the little bit here in the seam. And see, I won't trim this because there's no need to. It's just we'll give it a little bit of extra strength. Oh, oh, thank you. I actually forgot the other night that these two, anything with the strawberries, she put a glow in the dark top coat on. Scared the tar out of me the other night because I thought something was on me. I was I woke up and turned on the light. He's like, "What's wrong?" I'm like, "Oh God, it's just my nails." He's like, "What?" It's like, "What is wrong with you?" I'm like, "Go back to sleep. We don't got time for that conversation." So I'm adding a grab handle on top. In fact, my nails were going to be different, uh, but um, my nail tech, Blue, she had to reschedule because unfortunately she lost her nephew. Yeah, she did a really cool like glow effect, so they look like they're neon. I love it. But I found really cute like cloud and rainbow motif that I wanted to see about getting done. So I'll get those today. Mhm. Oops. God, the 90s had some weird music. Some stuff that I'm like, I don't understand, but that's fine. Oh, like I've been trying to feel that time crunch that I get towards when I start running low on time before a convention because I've got so much to do. Thank you. It is one of my it is it is a self-care thing that I do is get my nails done, but it also actually helps with my sewing too because I can grab things and kind of pull up the seams a little bit with them. I also have to make sure though they're not too long because they're getting a little long, and I've almost sewn one again. So, nice. So this is a 20-inch by 2-inch piece of vinyl. I folded in the raw edges. I have, no, I gotta seal these edges. I have a piece of webbing here that is 17 inches. because I know I'm going to have to fold over. And I was kind of hoping it would fold over. Pretty much looking to fold over at that edge so that I'm only going through one layer of. Oh, but do I want to? I'm trying to decide if I want to do this the way I do my handles on the Rosa bags. I love this song. Or if I want to do them just one set of stitches. It's honestly fine. I'm also making sure that my length is okay before. Because I was thinking I would fold it over and then actually rivet. Let me. I think this strap might actually be too long. Trying to decide on that. I might have cut it a little bit longer than it needed to be, but that's so if I rivet here and here, is that too big of a grab handle? I feel like that's grab. This is bothering me. Small repair, she said. Sneaking home with vengeance. Because I'm thinking if I rivet it down, then it's just always up, whereas it can go down this way, like fold down, and you don't need it. Let me see. So I'm going to put this bag here for a moment so that I can get a better idea. Okay, so riveting down is not a bad idea. I need to cut off a good chunk of this handle. It needs to be a grab handle, and right now I do have it so that it's not everywhere. Okay, let me see something. Ooh, what if I did that? Okay, no. I had a thought, but I don't think it's going to work, and that's mainly because now it's not long enough for that. Now, if I rivet it, mm, no, I'm just, I know I'm going to want to rivet it. Okay, so I see where I need to cut. I'm going to put it here. Sorry, this is kind of how it goes. This is how I have to figure out things sometimes. Okay. Okay, okay. Strong to the mean to call you love. What you do with me. And yes, it is definitely time for a fill. These would have been filled um on Wednesday, but some things came up, so she was unable to take care of that. Let's do let's do 14 and a half. Front yard and on goes on. Right there. We'll save that for another project. That's a good chunk of like something. All righty. Please tell me mine. In the front yard and I'm sleeping with my clothes on. It's surprise to me that I'm a good woman. I get on me. And we'll see how the day goes on how I end up feeling because I'm a little under the weather today. Um, I forgot to take an acid reflux pill with dinner last night because it was Mississippi pot roast. And if you've never had Mississippi pot roast, well, you're missing out. It's really good. I very much enjoy it. It's pretty much a chunk of beef roast and a stick of either butter or butter substitute, a packet of ranch dressing, a packet of au jus dressing, and a jar of pepperoni. I think you're only supposed to put like 3 or 4 pepperoncinis in there, but I usually just dump all the juice in from the jar because I hate myself or something. I don't know. I really like it. And then I serve it over mashed potatoes most of the time. What I'm going to do with the leftovers is I'm going to spread it up and probably, let's see, what's today? Saturday. I'm going to decide if I want to have leftover zuppa for dinner tonight or make French bread pizza. I think it will depend on the state of the pizza. But I also want to do ramen and use the shredded meat from the Mississippi pot roast. It'll go really well with the flavor of the ramen that I use. And it will see that is much better. That's a lot better. And I'll still be able to go just a little bit more even. Okay, well let me get these two attached and then I'll fiddle with that. Okay, so because where did my pen go? Oh, right. Good morning, everybody. I wonder if there's a way to go live because the 90s music scene, dance music scene was not my favorite. Let's just go. That's a little better. Okay. So because my piece of webbing is shorter than my top piece, I'm going to put some double-sided tape on the webbing. Sometimes I make the vinyl a little smaller so I can put the webbing on top so it has that little pop of color. I'm not really going to mark my center. I'm just going to kind of fold this in half so I get an idea. Down, that looks even. All right. And then I'm going to sew down the sides to top stitch them together. Because these edges aren't getting hidden into anything, I just want to make sure that everything looks nice. Nice. Yeah. Come on, just a little bit more. There we go. Trying not to throw my threads just like on the ground because I literally had to get the bust out the vacuum cleaner for it. There we go. Well, maybe. Nope. That's not gonna work. Just trying to get it so I can see y'all a little bit better. Coffee. My little fat dinos on it. Okay, so there we go. All right. Let's see how we want to do this. Still feel like I'm gonna want it down a little bit more even. More so, I guess is what I should say. Also, sometimes you don't really want, like, see where this it ends. I don't know if I really want it wrapped around that because it's going to start to pull at that part of the vinyl. Um, that's why I went ahead and sewed down this part, the grab handle anchors. I want to make sure that everything sits nicely, and every time this is yanked up, it's going to yank against stuff. So the question is now, do I want to really like the thought of riveting this down, but I also like the thought of it being loose. It's a little bit too much. Or it's really hard to tell when it's just flat how the handle's gonna sit. So kind of why I keep doing this. Yeah, I really just think I like it. I just like the thought of it riveted down. Well, if I don't like it afterwards, guess what? I'll put it in my notes. So what I need to do now is get some. What I'm going to do is put a couple of pieces of double-sided tape here and there to make sure that it doesn't like shift on me too much. So first, do a piece there and a piece there. Whew. And it's right. Especially because I'm going to be using the soldering iron. So I kind of need to make sure that stuff doesn't shift. Okay. Now I could rivet it. Yeah, B, I really just think a rivet's going to be nice. And now that I've even just got the tape down, it just feels better. That you want to leave. So I'm going to put one like right here, close to this. And that'll keep those rings stationary as well as give it just a little bit more support. Um, you could sew just a little box here if you wanted to as well. I just figured this would work with rivets just fine. Having the strap anchors not just riveted down does make me feel like I can just rivet these and it'll be fine. 20 might have still been a good size, but it's just when the grab handle, you have to also remember again that this is going to curve. But see, all right, there we go. Sorry to the tubes and the gram. My internet is not fantastic today. I don't know if somebody hit a transformer or what. Okay, do this. Oh, my ribbon fingers up there. Like I'm super. Oh, I forgot to put the dang phone on do not disturb. I keep forgetting. I want to put my phone on don't disturb while I'm live so that I'm not interrupted every 5 seconds with phone calls. But I forgot, of course. I was excited to get to this bag because I've been thinking about it all week, along with the other wallets that I got taken care of. I'm gonna set you there for right now. Oh, oh, sorry, the collar keeps riding up to my neck, and it's very, very disconcerting. Okay, best way to do this is to mark. So mad too. I just bought a cordless soldering iron and it was working well, and then suddenly it just wasn't. So that's going back. And it could be that I just got a dirty one. It happens. But I don't have time to figure this out. I've got straps to make, and I got two done and was like ecstatic with how it was going because I could do it while we were watching a bad horror movie. A very bad horror movie, by the way. It was not a great horror movie. So I'm gonna plug in my soldering iron. This is the super cheap one. Um, so where are you? There you are. Hooray. Okay, I found my little stand, so I don't have to just let it hang off the side. Okay, right back. I am real body. What is okay? So I'll need this. I'll put you right there for a moment. Whoop, not on the tape. Okay, so I've got that secured. So I'm going to push down one side. Now I'm not touching it. I'm just kind of putting my hand, you can see, just a little bit away from it so that I can tell if it's hot. Okay, I think it still needs, like, it's already given me a really good hole, but it's because it's just through the vinyl. See, I don't know if y'all can see that. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure. Here it is. Yep. So it's giving me a little baby hole. But it's only gone through the vinyl, so it probably just needs another moment. No, it's probably me, Bo. It's because I'm using StreamYard and it's not too bad. It worked really nicely last time, but my internet is absolute garbage today. It has been the last couple of days. And oh, there we go. There's a beat. So it very well is on my. So anytime you use something like this that has a lot of heat and a pointy part, I make that I've got my finger spread on the back. It stations it nicely. And I'm real gentle with it. And once I see the hole on the other side, I think I need to make that part, then I go on the other side. Oh God, I do not like this one though. Okay, so now I'm holding this away from my face. All righty. Kind of, I'm not giving much pressure. I'm letting the pen do most of the work. Oh, damn, I just need it to. Because I don't like rivet holes that are too big, which is why I was really excited for that other one. That, oh dear Lord. stay, stay, just everything stay for 5 seconds. Before I turn that off, I just want to make sure that I actually got the hole because I can't see through it suddenly. Just a moment. Ow. Move the bloody hot thing over here. Okay. And so when I set it aside, I actually put it on my ironing board. Bo, can you hear me any better? Or she might have gone out and come back in. Let's see. Okay. My husband was helping me put rivets on. And I told him because the first time he did it, he like really like put pressure on. I was like, whoa, 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 he man. There, buddy, you don't have to put that much pressure on it. It is another reason why I put the post on the side. I put the post into the side so that it's pointing out the side that isn't going to be seen. That way, if I do overdo it, the post doesn't isn't poked through on the top. Plus, the post usually has the rounder part. That might just be me. All right. Okay, there it is. Like he was really he was definitely showing it who's boss. That rivet press has no here. All right. Yeah, yeah, I like that. That's gonna work out nicely. Goodness. Okay. Uh, here we go. But that, yeah, that's nice and secure. Definitely think next time. But that's fine. I'm just nitpicking now. It happens. Just kind of pulling up any tape that's underneath so that it doesn't force that folded piece to stick weird. Did I find a book to read? I think I found myself a new book to read. I just don't remember what it is. I'm shoving the tape underneath. There we go. There we go. Okay, finally, that's done. Ah, but now I need to add this boning. It's going to be interesting because I think I have just enough of a channel. By the way, if you're using boning in a fabric panel, you want to soften your cut edges because these are really, really sharp. So I just kind of run the lighter over it and it'll curve those edges. It just kind of softens them. using vinyl, you should be fine. Okay, so I might have created casing over here. I might have taken away my ability to put it all the way through. Where are you at? Right there. Okay. Yeah, I've created a nice little tunnel here, but it's going to be real snug, which is why I'm going through the middle and trying to kind of find a way to. Oh, that might. So I'm just kind of creating a little point. Okay, so let's see how well that works. Right there. Come on, baby. Come on. Just a little bit more. Where are you at? Yeah, just a little bit more. Because I think I had something similar of an issue with my first one. I also didn't have to fight with that. And sometimes it just takes a little bit of extra patience. That is going to be close enough. I can handle that. Means I need to trim that down a little bit. And then we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to create. We're doing the top 30 in 1999 this week. All right. So I want to make sure that my boning's not twisted. There you are. Okay, how's that feel? It's right there. All right. By going in one side and then the other, it fits nice and snug there. All right. Do not know where my crackers. I have to order another pair just to have backups. Maybe. I am not. Another really, really nice thing about having the thread zapper is that the thread zapper is not affected by my fan, and it is already getting warm. It is just, it's getting rude outside. Very, very rude. Okay, so what I'm going to do, because I haven't sewn up my sides, I can do that this time. Like Catalina, I ended up with a lot of questions about that. So I'm going to take two pieces. I'm going to take one long piece and then cut it in half. This is double-sided tape. I don't know where I picked it up at. Probably was super cheap or something. But I don't like to sew through this, even with my machine. So what I'm going to do, but I know I'm not going to be sewing where I'm putting it right now. So that's why I generally use it. So I'm putting a piece here. And then here. Sorry. I wasn't kidding that my face is itching. Oh. If it doesn't get better, I'll have to go grab one of my face cleaning wipes. Tip for those that have allergies. When you come back in from being outside, face removing nighttime makeup wipes are amazing. It cleans your face really nice, and it gives you, like the ones I have lavender, so they have a nice calming effect to them. Just really nice. You could put more tape. Interesting. But I find that 2 pieces is enough usually. So I'm taping it down here, and then I'm going to undo this piece. Sometimes it's easier to put it on the lining because the teeth is already wanting to curl, not the teeth, bone. And it can be shorter than your seam allowance. You really just want it out of that seam allowance. All right, and then see, that boning will help it keep its shape, especially being grabbed a lot. Little cardinal outside. Little cardinal. How you doing, little Mr. Cardinal? All right, guess it. Oh, I got some right here. Okay, so I'm going to do a couple double checks because it's been a week or it's been a few days since I've been working on this. Um, I have my zippers on. My boning is in there. My boning is not in the seam at any point, so it should be good. So I'm lining up my sides and my top so it's nice and even. Making sure that everything's laying nice and flat. Mm, I have 2 clips on the side so that when I take these clips off, it doesn't turn that over. And right here. And it is cut a little longer. I do know that there is some stretch, but it's only stretched like on the bias. So I'm most likely going to trim off a bit, but not a whole lot. But see. Push this out of the way. Now, when I get close to my zipper, I'm going to pull my zipper teeth taut. And that's so that the zipper will not shrink up when the teeth are getting pushed around when you're sewing over it. I am going to trim up my corners a little bit. I'm doing that in hopes that when I do the gusset, it won't have that weird bulgy part that tends to appear because it's a lot of bulk there. There is a method on the Rosie, but because I don't do a full allowance, it doesn't work as well. And I mean, that's fine. It is what it is. The handle's kind of nice for grabbing. panel. Yeah, yeah, I think I cut my gusset lining perfectly because I would've lost like an eighth of an inch off of it. So I know that if I didn't cut it long enough, it's not going to stretch properly in the lining. Now the top stitching is another reason why I like leaving my zipper tail long, because now there are 2 sets of stitches here, making sure that the zipper isn't getting pulled out. Trying to make sure things don't get fired. If I don't get your question, feel free to post it again. I'm kind of like in this. Oh no, 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 no! I just cleaned all these clips up off the floor. No. Where's this come from? Little. See, this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes this tape is not the best tape, but I'm not worried about it because it's going to be encased very soon, so it'll be fine. Do is put a couple clips here. I'm just kind of in the zone. Like I want to get this bag done and then get the 3 wallets done. Because then then tomorrow I can just spend all day cutting out more wallets. Those will be with this pocket material because I kind of need them. Mm, Push that down. Trying to push my handle out of the way a little bit. Because of the handle, it's wanting to kind of askew the gusset. So I just have to be really careful that I put the gusset on nice and straight. I'm just making sure that it's right. Yep, that'll be perfect. All right. Okay. I'm gonna try to make sure, however, the gusset is on the other side, like if one side is really flush, that I make sure that that other side is. But it's like a little weird, so there we go. Okay, the lining can be adjusted really well. It's the exterior that I like to make sure is not going to give me any problems. Okay, so and I'm gonna. I did not need to be reminded that 1995 was the year DVDs were invented. I was 15. Oh God, it hurts a little bit. Here we go. Also hurts that I'm really trying to get a new. I really want to get a new chair, and I found a super cute one that also has a pillow that massages, and it's really affordable. It's really not a bad price for it. It's just finding the money, as we all know, for a sudden expense. It even has bunny ears on it, y'all. It has bunny ears and a bunny tail, and I need it in my life because holy crow. Okay, let me see how this looks. So I'm going to turn this right side out. Before I top stitch this, I'm going to then turn it wrong side out. Put that over here. Okay. Now for clipping the sides of the gusset, I like using these long clips. They hold a little bit better when it comes to these thin materials. Mainly what I'm doing is making sure that my gusset lining is covering everything. So I'm clipping one side, the other side is got an excess. So I'm not too worried about it. But when you're doing your gusset, you have to kind of do a 3D thing. So you just find the straightaway, but it's only going to be a little piece of it. This is a bigger gusset, so it's a little bit easier to see the straightaway on it. Oh, did not actually. I've just started kind of clipping. This is a new thing that I've been doing is clipping these sides, uh, clipping some of this bulk out of the way. I forget sometimes. Making sure I didn't cut anywhere that I didn't want cut. There we go. Okay. All right. So now I know everything fits nicely. I feel like I can go ahead and top stitch this. God, sorry, he's going quick on me here. There we go. Okay. Puzzle piece. Hang on, y'all. Okay. That puzzle piece always bothers me. I don't quite understand the need for it. What dropped now? I heard you. Y'all have to understand. I literally picked up like almost like 25 or 30 freaking clips off the floor. So I'm just like adamant about not having any clips on the floor for a little bit at least. Okay. I'm going to start right here. Sorry, I was making sure my boning was in the other side. Madre de Dios, why? Why? Who are you? What did you do? Well, I guess that clip lives on the floor now. Anytime you're making like a bag like this where it's got the gusset, you want to make sure that it doesn't like ripple up when you're sewing and basting it around. Uh, However, when you're basting it around, that is a good chance to fix any issues. Like if it's too tight or that, you can adjust it. Is as long as it's not like 4 inches too tight. If you're worried about your gusset doing that wobble thing, you can sew it going the same way on both sides. I don't hug mine too much. I just kind of hold it taut. So I don't usually have that issue. But I do know that this vinyl that I'm using, this gold vinyl, has a little bit of a stretch to it. There it is. Okay, I know it has a little bit of a stretch to it, which is why I did a slightly bigger seam allowance. I believe in this pattern, she mentions that if you have like a leather or a a thick vinyl that doesn't have like any stretch to it, she recommends a 1/4 inch seam allowance. But if it does have a lot of stretch, she recommends a 3/8. I love that she put thought into that. I told her the other day I will never stop crowing about this pattern. The thought process of this pattern is just amazing. Okay, so whenever an All for One song comes up, all I can think of is Columbia CDs, Columbia House CDs, where you got like 10 CDs or something for a penny, but then you had to buy like a certain amount at full price. Was I the only one that does it? I mean, those poor, I do feel bad because everybody took advantage of that because they gave you 2 years to do it. And like, I kept buying stuff from them, but I didn't realize that it had to be a full price album, which was like 25 bucks. And I was buying the $5 and $10 ones here and there. And they sent me a notice. They're like, hey, you've got like a month or two to finish up your contract. And what the heck are they talking about? I just bought like 4 CDs. I've I've done my due diligence. What the heck? And so I wrote them back, and they're like, oh well, you have to buy it at full price. And I'm like, who's gonna spend $25 on a CD? It just cracked me. It just like I know so many people who did that who did end up taking advantage of Columbia House to get, a bunch of free CDs. I know somebody who took one out for every member of the household, which is probably why they ended up doing stuff like, one offer per household or some nonsense like that. Just trimming. I'm trimming flyaways here. Oh, that's such a good coffee today. My lord. Okay, so this top is like so much heavier than this. Like it is at least half the weight. It's crazy. Okay. All right. What was I going to That's good. All right. So Oh, but All for One was one of them that I'd gotten. I'm trying to remember the other one. Like, I know if the song comes on from that album or from that artist, I'll remember. I'll be like instantly like, oh yeah, I had that CD too. Oh yeah, Sting's Field of Gold album. I had that. That was one of them that I had gotten. Also, who goes on some of these lives and like starts like talking, like commenting and stuff, and then do you ever get the feeling that you're like, notice me, senpai, notice me? Like I feel that way when there's uh, some folks that I want that I'll pop in live and like watch do stuff or just paint or they're talking about stuff. Like I'll even have my comment ready and I'll wait till I know they're like watching the screen again and then pop my comment in there and hope that they'll see it. Now we've got the fun. It is Avenger time. We will now assemble this. So I've got my gusset inside out. It feels big, but I believe it felt big last time too. Okay. I'm glad I didn't put any extra anything on this because it's going to be hard enough to get it turned and not stretch out the vinyl too badly. Oh, put my name back. All right, let's see. Make sure we're putting this up right side up. Make sure that that's right side up. All right, I went ahead and marked my centers. I'm making sure I actually did it on both sides. I did. Okay. I did not have this album. It's Annie Lennox's No More I Love Yous. I fell in love with the song and the video. However, I was one of those people that when they loved a song, they would burn it like 20 times on the CD so they could just listen to it over and over. Probably why I remember the words of the song. This also does have the ability to be clipped on the side as well. This feels really, really big. I don't know why this feels so big. We'll see. It's probably because this is such a full. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, no, no. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's fine. Okay. So I'm just trying to get this placed. Um, does look like I could have gone a little bit tighter with my seam allowance. Never speak about the monster. He used to be humans in my room at night. Despair, desires, monster. Trying to get it to where it's even. And I guess that's why, clipping the sides would work. But too late now. I chose down. If any of you have seen Labyrinth, you might get that reference. It's what we say when we know we're doing something stupid, but chose that path. That's pretty much what it is because she has a chance. Sarah has a chance to actually like pull back up the tunnel, but she's like, "Oh well, I'm pointed this way, and I don't know a person. I don't think I know anybody who agrees with her logic." like, yeah, you're pointed up too if you think about it. But she's like, no, I'm already pointed down, so I guess I'll go down. And they're like, she goes down, you know. You're like, okay. Because we all have that friend that's like, oh yeah, yeah, this will totally work. This is a perfect idea. And you're staring at them, like, what are you saying? No, stop that. I think I definitely could. I need to make a note that my numbers are good. I just need to either take down a little bit or do a thicker seam allowance. Oh, I love you. Language of me. Oh, I love you. If you need like a costume idea and you're or a cosplay idea and you're like, I just really want to put something like amazing on, just look up Annie Lennox No More I Love You's music video. It is so random. So yeah, I definitely can see where I should have done a wider seam allowance, but I can kind of maneuver that little bit of extra. It's just a smidge extra. Uh, I'm so used to creators making these super tight freaking uh, gussets that I just automatically go, oh no, this is what I need, you know. Just about every gusset bag I have, I do a 1/4 inch seam allowance because, or I've added to it. It's nothing to the, I don't want to say it's nothing to the designer, but I really am tired of designers going, sure, you can fit this in. And it obviously is such a tight fit that you're having to trim down your seam. If you're a proper gusset should fit so that you don't have to do that. To where the clips are just so that the fabric will spread when it's flipped out and pushed around, not so that it will, not so that you can spread, you know, up to some of these gussets, they need like an extra inch almost. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. So I just try to have a little patience, but it's to the point now that if it's a gusset bag, I automatically do a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So it's my fault that I even did like a wrench on this. I have to look and see. I might have changed the numbers because I do that. Because I'd rather do a 1/4 inch seam allowance. It's easier for me to control that seam allowance than a 3/8. Ta 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 ta! There it is so far in all its glory. And the reason I did just this slip opening is so that you can get a large um, what are those things? Inserts into it, where you're not having to squish your insert and your pins. You can get a nice size insert in there without having to fight with it too much. The next generation might have like a little tab here so that it is pulled up, but I really just think that the fleece that I use is good. That's going to bother me. Hang on, because if I don't write this down, I will forget. So I just need to see. just so y'all know, I really don't have a way to check many messages when I'm live. Uh, but if you send me something because you're like, hey, I just wanted to remind you of this later when you get off of here, that's perfectly fine. Because I forget. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted a joke. Here you are. Sorry, I'm checking the numbers because I have my numbers written down over there that I use. And I think this will be the final test to get out to finish getting out all the little clips and things that I can't that I know I need to change. Okay, speaking of, no, actually, those are her numbers. I made it wider, but not longer. I did not change one number of length on anything. That's so unlike me. Okay, so honestly, and it's a little shock. I think I might actually have to cut a little bit off of the zipper of the I'll cut it off the bottom gusset because I really like that long zipper panel. Okay. So that instead of point 0.5, it's 0. Okay, I'll remember that. All right. Now I'm going to sew around with a tack down seam allowance of 1/8 because I want to make sure that everything fits just the way I like it. Now, other thing is I might have to do one more of these anyway. Well, I'm going to do many more of these, but I might have to do one more with the actual seam or the actual measurements, mainly because of the fact that this is a very front. This is the least structured front I've done in a while. So that also might be part of it. It's not very rigid. So we'll see how well this packs down. Because I'm going to have to kind of, because you can make a gusset too loose. We'll see how comfortable I am with how loose this gusset is. Because what you can do is you can, instead of pulling tight, you just kind of push up into the foot a little bit. But you have to be careful how much you do that, like that you don't do it a whole lot in one space. Otherwise, you're going to create a pleat. And unless you want pleats, you don't want to do that. Come on. Scooch those out of the way. Sewing with your gusset lining up the first time you go around does help a lot. It does help you get that nice packing down. If your gusset's a little too loose, you can also be more generous in your corners. Sometimes that helps too. And what I'll do sometimes is, especially on the first one, is I'm pushing these down, I want to see if it's going across evenly. And thankfully it is. That is definitely why with a square and a circle, like an actual circle, an actual, this is kind of correct. You know what I mean? Uh, Marking your sides as well as the top and bottom does help. I didn't have to on my other one. So I wasn't too worried about that. I'm thinking about doing these at 85% and making it a lunch box, the lunch bag. I might even be able to get away with, when I shrink it down, doing most of it as zipper panel and the rest is gusset. Come on. What's my cord doing down there? Ah, ha. All right. This up. The reason I do my front just about as much as I can first, especially on this type of bag, is you want your front to look really nice. So in this case, it's easy to turn it out real quick and make sure that you caught everything. I don't do that as much anymore, and that is mainly because of the fact that I don't do my true allowance first. I just do a tacking one. Now I have a little crinkle here, but when I pull at this, I notice that it's just a crinkle from me squishing things around. So that's mainly what you're wanting to see. My corners look really nice. Ugh. Well, one day I will remember that me and Bojangles do not have a good relationship. Those hash browns are kicking back. Like I'm 7 months pregnant and it doesn't want to come out. Okay, so I'm gonna set that aside there for the moment. I'm going to get there are my beautiful binding ribbon. Oh, I love using this binding ribbon. It's so soft. So it is a really soft kind of satin. It does sew really nicely. I have not had any problems even with a large needle leaving like huge holes or doing that weird thing where it creates a line. Um, the edges, as you can see on the other side, there we go. Now, as you can see, it's sealed. The colors are really vibrant, and it is just one of my favorite things to work with. It does have a little bit of a stretch on the bias, but it's nice and strong. To try something. Is that a little better? Can't quite tell if y'all are having trouble seeing it or not. Hmm. Okay. Anywho, so all I do is I just take the ribbon. I unwind a little bit. There we go. So I'm not fighting with it. And it is currently on this ribbon, and the Sakura Sprinkles ribbon is on Fat Rabbits, fatrabbitsupplies.com. 5 yards and 10 yards. don't know. It's on the website. I just can't remember the artist. But I think I did 5. And I do cut my ends with pinking shears, and then I seal them just in case. I'm just a big paranoid bunny, so don't mind me. I just go right across those little cuts. All right, I'm going to put you aside for a moment. Now I'm going to take this piece. I wonder if I could make hair ribbons with this. I mean, it's just a really soft gross grain. That's just about all it is. Carefully. I make sure not to stretch. I don't want to like overindulge on this. There's no reason to. Okay. Alrighty. It doesn't tell me who to. Interesting. Anywho, sorry. Still figuring things out with the whole pruning. Okay, so got that. Uh, I do know that in her she has a measurement. Keep forgetting. I've got it open on my iPad. Sorry, I know I'm shaking, y'all. Okay. She's also one of the first people to do a bag like this and to actually put the actual measurements of what is needed for the interior binding, as she puts it. It's so nice. So I have about 2 inches, about 3 inches shorter than what she uses. So she probably does a couple extra foldovers. If I were to fold over my edges, I would probably have her exact measurement. But the fact that her exact measurements are so close to what I do with just wrapping around is wonderful. And it's not like, they at least they tell you how much like packaging, but when you're costing out bags, it's really good to know if you're using a whole package of binding or not. Because I treat costing like I used to treat it when I was costing out food. And when I say that, I mean I don't put an exact amount of tape that I use for that. Mostly, I do what's called the salt rule. The salt rule is that every dish you price out is salt. So you figure out how much you want to put down for that salt. Usually it's like $1, maybe 50, or like 50 cents or something to that effect. So I usually put a $5 other or miscellaneous cost on my price sheet, and that's for needles. I may not change my needle for that project, but I'm going to change my needle at some point. which I have a lot of needles coming, so hopefully I will be changing it every few projects from now on. But it covers needle, thread, and I'm gonna actually start putting it a little bit higher and having it cover double-sided tape. Because it's like Frank's Red I put this thing. Uh, so Amber from the Crafty Reporter, I told her that I start over here on the side so that you don't see the seam. And she's like, "Oh, I put it on the top where the zipper is because you really don't see it there." And I'm like, I felt so dumb because she's right. You're not going to see it there. The only person that's going to know it's there is you, the maker of the bag. It's like, oh. I told her, I was like, wow, wow, I just feel real dumb right now. She's like, oh God, please don't. I'm like, no, 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 no. It is the logical monster in me that goes, why didn't you think of that? You're literally doing that on the side. Why didn't you think of the top? And I don't know. I don't know. So I'm going along, and with it, I'm doing the tape as I go, and I'm putting it against the flat of the gusset. And I'm doing a pretty good tug. I want it to be nice and tight around the corner. And you want to make sure that it's a little bit more than on the gusset. If you want it more than half on the side that you're not going to see when you're sewing. I'm going to be sewing in the round, so I want to make sure that the larger half is on the gusset portion. I'm just not used to this being so floppy. I know I'm going to have to set up pre-orders for these Ita bags, but I've got to cut out wallets. I've got to cut out backpacks. I got to cut out more of these, the Twilight bags. I'm gonna have to cut out some of these like Ita style. And I'm just gonna fold over. Let's see. I'm trying to make it so everybody can see. So I'm gonna move you and I'm gonna move you. Here we go. Okay. So I'm gonna fold the straight edge, and then I'm gonna go on to the other side and fold that. And the tape is gonna let that stick down. So then I'm gonna go to the corner and I'm gonna push in the middle. You should have two little cat ears, and then you're going to keep pushing in the middle of any little cat ears. But I really can't wait for this convention either because I know there's going to be a lot of Has-Been Hotel cosplayers, and I have a special treat for them. If they come by the booth, they'll get a Cat Alistair figurine. I want to see all the cosplayers because I don't want to get away from my booth. And I'm gonna have my brother and sister-in-law and my nephew. I just don't for help, and of course my husband. I don't know how much help they're going to be, and it's gonna be. I'm gonna have to like really sit down and talk with them about how we want to do this because I'm not good at being a boss to people I like. I've been a manager in many situations, but there's there's something about being a manager in a situation where it's your friends as well as the fact that it's uh, it's just it is a very difficult situation because you want to make sure that you're not being, a complete bitch. But I mean, this is my money. This is my life. So I the reason I got them coming is one, so I have to look for help, but also so that both my husband and I can go wandering around vendor hall. So I'm going on the inside the round. There it is. And I'll use my screwdriver. Kind of maneuver some of those pieces. Yeah, I think when I do these again, I want to do them with the ITA window side second. And I say that mainly because of the fact that it's very floppy. Just a second. I'm going to maneuver the camera as much as I can without destroying anything. Y'all can see that a little better. I have to give it a second for StreamYard to catch up. Okay, there we go. Now they'll be able to see, at least on YouTube, a bit better. So mainly I'm using my screwdriver just to kind of push out some of the wrinkle so that the wrinkle isn't underneath the needle. It's more to the top. Something about a bound bag that just seems to go quicker to me. You can see I really wasn't just being facetious. The ribbon works so nicely as binding. I really want to get more of this ribbon in different, like, I almost said flavors, but works too. Okay, so I'm going to move you over here for a moment. There we go. Okay, yeah, my curves look really nice still. Okay, so yeah, we're looking good. Ta-da. Hey, buddy. You want to come say hi to everybody? Oh, no. You're caught in them. You're caught in them. I love you too, friend. But you're in the way of YouTube. Thank you, Deborah. It's weird because it's floppy because there's no interfacing in here at all except some fleece right here. Hey, kiddo, you're just like totally in the way. Did you know that? Did you know that? So that's what you're gonna do. That's what you're gonna do. You're just gonna lay right here, huh? No? I love you too, friend. Oh, purr, purr, purr. Hey, oh, I just had bonked him, so he sat down. You're so weird. Just gonna shove everything aside, huh? Okay, well, Mama has to pin something together, so you're kinda like your collar's getting a little weird. Get your collar. It's got a little bow. All right. Oh Lord. Okay, make sure this still give me that look. Now you can see the back of Charlie's head, huh? Huh? Okay. Um, trying to decide if I want to. Yeah, I'll fiddle with it afterwards. That's fine. Okay, I do have my to say, good Lord, please let me have this mark. So my back's interfacing is pretty much a combination of really thick waterproof canvas, a vinyl slip pocket, and a piece of foam. All right, so let's see how this goes. You're gonna sit there all sweet and calm and chill out while I get this clipped. Because as soon as I get this clipped, little man, you won't have to move. So with this having a little bit more stabilizer, we're going to see if we have the same problem or if I have the same challenge of a bit loose of a goose, of a gusset. I don't even know what it's anymore. It is 5 past 10 already. Goodness. So I think it's still going to be a smidge loose, but not too bad. Because, like I said, the front gusset or the front panel was very smooth. Not a whole lot of stabilizer there. Actually, none. And that's because I wanted to be able to have that window. I also didn't put another set. There's HTV vinyl here instead of an actual lining. Okay, where am I going? Here you are. Yes, my little friend. Are you being a good baby today? Because you were very loud. You were yelling at me a lot this morning. Now, don't go to sleep. Don't you want to? Yeah, I'll unzip it when I go to sew it on. It's not as much of a challenge to zip it and unzip it when it's inside out with uh cut as you go zipper tape because I shouldn't be the operative word. I shouldn't have an issue opening it up. And I definitely want it open when I'm sewing around it because then I can get my hand in there to adjust it here and there. If you're using a pre-made zipper, already, I got that set up. Using a pre-made zipper, then yeah, you do want to think about those things, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Like the word "shouldn't" like 20,000 times. Like I just said "shouldn't" so much that I have gone through my allotted allowance of it. Also, when I'm clipping the other side, I do try to kind of see how the gusset is reacting. Like if it's squishing one way like that, then there's a good chance that it's not getting clipped in the way it is on the other side. So that's just something to kind of pay attention to a bit to make sure that you're clipping it in the same manner that you did, especially if you have it like mine where it's a little loosey goosey. I'm just kind of trying to make sure that it goes straight across, which is what I do. Sometimes I'll take my hand, push down, and push it towards me. That helps me to kind of make sure that it's in the same spot as the other side. I mean, honestly, any way that your gusset is tight or loose or just right, you still want to pay attention to that because otherwise you could end up pushing your gusset into a way that it's going to look and not fit right. With something in my head. What you said. Wanna give the way you clip it, you should clip it the same way on the other side as well. That does work better. So if you're a work down kind of person, then every side of it. You and me, you and me. Are you done sitting there, friend? Are you just gonna block the camera? Little dude, I have to tell you, you're just not going to be able to be up here. Okay, when I start sewing this, it's going to be in the way. It's too big of a bag. This bag looks so small in the picture, and even the dimensions don't fit in my head right. But this is the dimensions of the dang bag, and it is so big. Look at that. It's so spacious. Okay, so I'm gonna move that aside for a second. We're gonna take a drink. Make sure that our drink is out of the way. Oh, it's so good. The coffee came out really, really good. All right. I don't wanna. I'm a little tired today. Okay, so yes, now I'm going to open up my zipper. So my pools are over here. Uh, these pools that I have, they're pretty big, so it can get challenging in some cases. But yeah, as you see, I just mainly getting my finger in there and then pulling it apart. And now we have okay. Make my person. Hey, hey. Anyways, I know I'm a little punch drunk today. Like I said, I think I was up around 3 o'clock, just miserable. I was just very unhappy. Oops, battery's already done. So close that. And just a moment. Figure out which cord is which over here, which is the fun game. Ah, found you. I'm just gonna, or there you go. Just all right. Hey, little dude, Mama's sewing now, so hey, there's like 20 squirrels in the yard, so An acorn tree right up growth to the yard. Right, let's see. You are beyond in the way. Come on. Hey. Okay, well, at least scoot your butt that way. Come on. My God. Charlie. Charlie. Stop challenging mommy. Come on. No, no, we do not chew on cords. You can stay if you go right over there. There you go. See? Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I get the camera in a good angle for everybody. All right. Hey, hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. No, no, no. All right. Say goodbye to everybody. Show them how long of a cat you are. My little baby. This is why I know I need a poo because I'm trying to see if I can sew. Y'all did not know the things I try to do so that I can hold him so he will be good. Huh? Okay. Yeah? Well, you're making that face because you're slipping. All right. Say goodbye to everybody. You are so. Look at this. You just let me do this. Okay, you're done. Mom loves you. Look. I'm covered in cat hair. Now that I can actually sew this bag for real, though, I'm not gonna lie. I got 2 inches, 2 inches sewn while holding him like the wee little baby he is. Okay. Oops. Okay. Also, cross Shell's fingers that my bobbin doesn't run out because I was doing a bobbin dump the other day and it felt like every 5 seconds that thing was running out. A bobbin dump is what we kind of call when, see, I have all these bobbins and this thing was like filled with twice as many, but the bobbins that I used were all like half, and it was in a place that it didn't matter what the bottom the bobbin color was because you weren't going to see it. And like the first half of the plastic wallet, you can get away with having a different bobbin color. Well, for me at least. So it was a way to get rid of like almost 10 bobbins up there that were just taking space. And the reason you want to do a bobbin like that sometimes is if you look down and you don't have any bobbins to wind, you actually, it helps a lot to do that every once in a while. Just because you don't want that thread to go to waste. The other reason I was doing a bobbin dump was because I started the project and then realized that I didn't want to wind any bobbins, but I'm also doing 3 wallets at once, which means I'm going to need more than 1.5 bobbin of the red. So even before I restart, I'm going to have to wind a bobbin. So I don't have much on that red bobbin. I'm going to need one more. Oh, really? There's a chance I might not because I mean, on my wallets, all I have to do to finish them is insert the innards and then add their pockets, and they're well, I say done, but not really. 'Cause I still have to do the zipper installation, but I do all of those at once. Sometimes it feels like I'm really just screwing myself over when I do that, but the thing is that I can do the zipper installations anywhere in the house pretty much. So it's something that if like I don't feel very good, I can quickly get the other wallets done today, get their innards in, and then me get their innards in, and then just take the rest of the day kind of off, but still be able to get some stuff done. It's very difficult for me to take a day off. The only reason I'm not at my machine is either I am too sick to be able to see to sew, and I mean, when I mean too sick to see, it means I'm like this and I still cannot see. So that means that there's no way. But the other reason is if my husband's home because I like to spend time with him. So to be fair now, when he's off, I tend to work as well because I want to give him time to there we go. I want to give him time to work things that he wants to work. There we go. Right there. Okay, so there's one side. Whew. Now I just got to get the binding on it, and then this will be pretty much done. 20 past 10. That's not too bad. We're doing pretty good. Alrighty. Where was I doing? There it is. Okay. Close this up, and I forgot that I want to set really well. So let me do this. There we go. Okay. So let's see if I can show you this way. Okay. So what I'm going to do is because I'm going to sew with this side down, this is the side that I want the better half of my binding to go on. Thank you, Lottie. Oh, thank you very much. So what I'm going to do is this is the zipper. And I'm just going to put that right along there and press that. Now I'm going to go with my hand inside so that I can kind of push that seam out a little bit. And then see. Now you do want to remember also that depending on how thick your seams are, you don't want to shorten too badly the other side either. So, like, it's tempting for me to just go along here, but I really need to be able to see. I use the light to be able to see through. So I go like for this side, I go right under it because I can see that my seams are a little bit thick. Here we go. Especially on the curves, you want to really stretch that out so that you can get the curve to sit nicely. Not doing. There we go. Little TLC. TLC is one of the groups that I get a little like, oh, type moment. You'll hear me on some groups say, oh, it's because at that moment I'm remembering that one of the group or that artist has passed. I know that some folks like David Bowie that passed in 2016, Prince, and it's still kind of new. It still feels a little raw, and it's because it happened in a time when my memory it's still in my memory that it happened. When an artist passes because of age, it feels a little less like a tragedy. Like it's still sad that they're gone, but they had their life, they had time. It's when an artist goes and they're really young that you're like, well, that doesn't feel fair. Okay, so let's see. So Patricia asked, how do you reduce bulk when matching up corners? I'm afraid to cut the seam allowance down because then I get this big knot when I'm sewing over. Mainly I try to reduce the bulk in the very beginning. So the reason my corners are sitting well is because I did snip into, even if you feel you don't need it, snipping into your gusset does help. Um, and then if I have pockets like on the outside of it, for sure, one like any slip pockets inside or zipper pockets, that uh, that is kept completely out of the seam allowance. Your inner facings out. But I do what's called a half and half. But with this traveler, uh, this side is full vinyl here, but on this side, half of that is waterproof canvas. That way, the thick vinyl here isn't fighting with this vinyl and this vinyl. So by doing a half and half, it helps to reduce that bulk in those corners. Also going slow. I don't think I think it's been a long time since I've trimmed down a seam in a bound, especially in a bound bag. In non-bound bags, I definitely trim down my seam allowance, but in a bound bag, I usually just match them up. Uh, I also do a tacking seam. So first I'll tack it on 1/8 of an inch. That way I've got it positioned. And if you need to, once you tack it on, then do a couple of clips in your curve. This is there we go. Do a couple of clips into your curves here, even after you stitch it. If you're able to, you find where you already clipped your gusset and just re-clip into that to clip this as well. That'll help it spread and push into it. Judy, I am working on a modified Twilight Traveler bags from Scroll and Turquoise. I'm making this one into a backpack. It's originally a crossbody. I also did an Ida window. Um, so that's a clear vinyl right there, so that folks can put their pins in the bag. Or probably in this case, it might end up being ribbons. Okay, so I am I do remember that I've already sewn that part. Believe me, just about time to change those filters. All right. Move you over here. There we go. Oop. Get you. There we go. Okay. Oops. All righty. That should be good. Make sure that I kept it good for. Because see, the weird thing is StreamYard. Um, StreamYard only does a certain chunk of the video. Did that do it, or do we need to go the other way? I think I need to go the other way, so let's go this way. There's also a delay, so I'm having to kind of move it and then so sorry, y'all. Let's see if that works. Okay, so I am going to zip it back up because I want a little bit of extra structure. I think I'm still going to start at the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to squish it a little bit. If you're not sure which side you want to start with, you have to think about what side is going to be easier to squish. Okay, that should be okay for right now. And so I'm going to stitch in the round. And every time I lift up my sewing foot, I'm going to take my foot off of the pedal. Especially because a certain Tiberius sewing machine has been sassy lately today. Now I'm doing a true seam allowance, but my true seam is a quarter of an inch. I just feel comfortable with that being the seam allowance, so that's the one I used. You can use the 3/8, that's not a problem. Now, right now I am tugging a bit on the back of the bag so that I can get it to straighten itself out a little bit. All right. I'm just using my screwdriver to straighten out any pieces that are trying to fold over because, you know, how it is with curves. The inside of the curve is the one that's going to end up being a little fun. But I do try to sew it by fixing those bunches a little bit so they're not, the bunches aren't really sewn over. There we are. Good Lord, sometimes. Oh, yeah, I just feel with attacking seam allowance that I have a better chance of getting the curves it the way I want to without as much fight. And then you get a much nicer looking curve afterward because you end up with it sitting where you want and you can do your proper seam allowance. There we go. Okay. Ta-da! Okay, so now the only thing I need to do, well, I need to do a couple of things. I got to turn it out, and then I need to do the straps. I need one. Oh, here we go. Even better. Two that's already open. Bam. All righty. All right, so here we go. This is going to be interesting. So I have my hand out. When I put it in, I put my fingers in one corner, my thumb in the other, and then I push on the inside, and that's what I'm going to grab. Because the zipper panel and the gusset panel are like only an inch different, it does make turning this bag really easy. Easier. The other one was a little bit harder because it had much stiffer material. There we go. And then I wanted to make sure that this window was turned with minimal wrinkling. Okay. So there's the window. Yeah, actually, that was a pretty good. Now, when somebody puts an insert in here, that will also give that front a little bit more stability or a little bit more stiffness. But thankfully, the spine of the binding helps a lot. There. And see, because I did connectors and then put my webbing in, it didn't add much bulk there. And yes, trimming down the seam allowance on the gusset here, where your zipper panel and your gusset, bottom gusset piece are, is a good idea, just to kind of trim it down. Right. I do like that length of grab handle. That is a nice length. We still have the piece somewhere, so I'll be able to make a note of that. This makes me very happy, just so you know. This makes me extremely happy. Okay, there's the back. Thank you, Mama Bear. Now, the only thing that's left to do is to find that strip that I had. Oh, there you are. Do I need to remember? I need to remember 5.5. Okay. 2 seconds. It is a backpack. My version of this is a backpack. Normally, it's a crossbody bag with 2 sets of handles. So this is the OG version. Back pocket between the strap. And then this is the 3D pocket that I did on it, and it's got the handles. You this strap extender is genius. I absolutely love the strap extender. So the strap connects here so that you carry it like this, but it still opens all the way down here. My favorite thing about this is how big this bag opens. But my friend Bo was like, I think it'd be a cute backpack. And I'm like, oh my God, you were right. It would be such a cute backpack. And then somebody's like, oh, I want to see you do an Ita bag. I'm like, okay, well, you know what? Bam, let's do them both. I also added, so I added a little zipper pocket on the back. That opens that fullness and goes pretty much to the bottom of that. I've got the strap with the cover. This way it sits nicely on the back of your neck and spreads out really well. Oh, yeah, this is, yeah, Shannon, this is my thing. This is part of what I call the carpet royalty line. Um, and it's not good. So, yes, I do the carpet royalty line, which is the OG carpet, and then I have a couple of other styles that are uh, that I've designed with the carpet, accenting it. I've got Carpet Who, which is Doctor Who. Then I've got the Carpet Garden, which is these beautiful black and white flowers, or black and white background with carpet flowers. Uh, Carpet Busters, which is the Ghostbuster one. Carpets and Castles, which is Dice, which used to be called Dice and Debauchery. You know, back in the old days of Dragon. If you know, you know. Oh my God, you know. Let's see. I just did one as well with a leopard print. So from far away, it just looks like, yeah, you know that. From far away, it just looks like a regular leopard print. But when you get up close, inside the spots is the carpet. So that's kind of discreet chic carpet. And then, what's the other thing? Oh, actually, I've got two more. I've got one with Badgie from, don't know why, it only one piece. I've got Badgie from Star Trek Lower Decks. That's the carpet. And then I also have 90s kids. So it's all neon colors. It's really cute. But yes, I did one year where I did stickers that had the dice and it said, welcome to Dice and Debauchery, roll for initiative. But after COVID, things kind of seemed to like chill out a little. I thought I was having to explain the debauchery part, and I was like, "Never, nope, nope, that's fine. We are in a new era of decon." But once I figured that out, I just started doing more carpet stuff. I have become enamored with the decals. In fact, my ribbons should be here today. Ooh, my ribbons. I have one ribbon that says I accept sacrifice, and then I have uh, one coming that says my carpet brings all the cults to the yard. I'm probably going to have to order more of those. I don't know if 250 it might just be a Saturday only one or a Sunday only, something like that. All right. So I took a piece of scrap vinyl and I wrapped it around the end of that. That looks really good. Actually, I like that. All right. So take my strap, take my slider, and go up, and through. I swear, doing backpacks used to break my brain because I don't like putting swivel clasps. It seems unnecessary. Opinion. I know it's an opinion. It's my opinion. It just doesn't seem quite as necessary. I have had many of my backpacks with those swivel clasps, and I'm like, why do I have these? I mean, it does help, I guess, if you get your strap twisted, but if the strap is put on properly, it shouldn't twist. Okay, so there we go. So I've wrapped it around the bar again. So I've got the main loop that we first put in, and then the little loop. And you can either go through the back and clip it that way. I just go through the front of it and clip it this way. I'm gonna clip that down, mainly so I can make sure that my straps are even. That feels like a very small strap. I have to remember that. I'll have to try on the backpack and make sure these straps aren't too small. I mean, if they're too small, I'll have to figure out a way to extend them, but it also might just be one that I label as having smaller straps. Sun comes up tomorrow. Okay, so I've got my slider on. And then I take my ring that's down here, my square ring. This is another reason that I don't put swivel clasps. I have so many rectangle rings. I need to use them. So guess what? They're going to use. So I put it through the front of it, come back. I kind of line up the webbing together, and then I push both of those through the top. I pull up that one. Oh, Lord. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Wrap it around that bar, pull it back through, and then that's done. So I'm gonna put those right about there. I just want to see how this fits. I also need to make sure that they're about. Oh, okay. I was being paranoid, but there's the backpack. Ta-da! There we go. Another gram in the tube can see it. So it fits really nicely. Here's it widens nice because I know I don't like stuff touching the back of my neck that much. Like if my ponytail gets too long, it starts like sweeping around my neck, I freak out a little bit. It also depends on what I've been listening to. If I've been listening to a lot of horror, I really like how the handle came out. Yeah, yeah. This is. Oh, hey, Cynthia. So, all right. I'm always out of frame. Oh, thank you, Frida. All right, let's go ahead and get these on 11:15. Oh, it's Saturday. I'm going to see if I can sew these on. I'll find a way. I follow the streets. Okay, so I'm just going to do double lines on this, and that'll lock. Is the answer. Oop, that was my finger. Away. Oh, Shannon. Oh, that is um not enough for my anxiety not to constantly go, I don't have enough bags. Even as I'm setting up, my husband has to deal with me going, like, I that that question is tough. It's a lot of whatever I can make. I used to look at what the con was going to be, and like if there uh, like the last time I was like, never mind, I'm not going to worry about doing this anymore. Was the last convention I did that had all four hobbits there from Lord of the Rings. Um, it was even Sean's birthday, so it made me happy. I gave him a little birthday present, just to be like. So. But anyways, so I used to look and see, hey, who's going to come? Okay, I'm going to make bags with those fandoms on it because he is the best one. You're so right. I was watching it recently. I'm like, Sam, why, Mister? Why are you putting up with this nonsense? I know you love that boy, and if he wasn't in love with another girl, you know they'd be in a relationship. They were my little babies. Anyways, the problem with doing something specifically so that you have that match the people that are there is so is everybody else. So then I started making sure that I started doing just popular stuff like Demon Slayer and One Piece. And it sold okay, but it didn't sell like off the shelves. The only thing that really sells off the shelves that I make sure to have is anything with carpet material. I already have, I've got 20 bags still in the house that need straps that are carpet style. I plan on doing a wallet for each of those. I've already done bend and snaps. I will make sure I have a ton of carpet stuff because I didn't have enough last year. It sold out by midday Saturday. I was under the table crying because it was a bit of, oh my God, I sold everything. Oh my God, I sold everything. It was a Rapunzel moment. Okay. I felt that girl so hard. Thread. Go back to the so then I finally just did a convention where I just looked at the stuff I had on my shelf and I just made different things, just the random stuff. The first thing I sold at that convention was the Spaceball wallet because somebody stopped and went, "Oh my God, you have something Spaceball." Yeah, of course. And she was like, "I have to have it. This is what I'm here for." But um, I just figured out that if, and I think I told somebody this recently, we are witches, we are magicians, we are wizards. We take these pieces of flat objects and we make 3D things. We work very hard to do this. But as long as you find joy in what you're making, ooh, I think more ribbons are here. As long as you find joy in how you're making it, then you have to buy it. Yes, then of course you have to buy it. Uh, as long as you find joy in what you're making, it will end up selling. It's just it's this fine line. Like the moment I'm in my convention, my anxiety is through the roof, and my anxiety will be through the roof until I make a sale. Once I make a sale, by the way, with your large cones, if you pull your thread under at the bottom, it doesn't unravel. I just pull it a couple of places. So that's your tip for the day. Where's my red thread? Oh, there it is. I gotta wind up bobbin, don't I? Nope, nope, nope. I think I'm going to play bobbin chicken. I think we are going to see if I can get. I have backups just in case. But I just noticed that when I was just making random things, especially random fandoms, I call my random fandoms, ones that I know the moment somebody sees it, they're most likely going to buy it because nobody else is going to have it. Down the yes, yes. I mean, it's so one of my pet peeves, and it happened the other day when somebody's like, "Oh, I love your bag." I'm like, "I made it. This is what I do." Actually, I start the conversation by, "This is what I do. I make bags." And then they go through, but there's always the inevitable comment of, "Oh, I wish I could do what you do." You can. You just gotta decide to do it. "Oh, I wish I had your talent." This is like 20 years of talent, of random sewing talent. Stop. You know, every time I post about the classic zip around and somebody's like, "Oh, I wanna do this." I'm like, "Then do it. Then just do it." Your first one's probably gonna be awful. My first one was not great. Mistakes were made. Um, but if you don't do it, you're never gonna know how much you can do. Just do it. And on most days, I take those sentences because I'm not gonna put it as a compliment. They think it's a compliment, but they're not because they're degrading themselves. And that's putting me in a position where I have to accept that their degrading of themselves is what is going to make me feel better. That doesn't make me feel better. First of all, I'm empathic. I don't like that. Second of all, no, I watched okay, quilters. I love I respect the hell out of a quilter. I respect anybody who hand sews their binding. Hey, come on, will you just where the heck is that it? Okay, there. Bad day when you can't find the hole. Okay. So I respect quilters, and every once in a while, anytime I decide I'm gonna try this out. I'm gonna cuft rugs. I'm gonna do this. My husband says I have to. It's a rule with the both of us. We have to watch 3 to 4 videos of somebody teaching how to do it, and then we have to figure out the cost of starting that new hobby. Oh, Cynthia, and I love your stuff. It's so pretty. Um, Once we do that, 99.9% of the time, I'm like, nope, never mind. Every once in a while, I'm like, I'm gonna make a quilt. All I gotta do is watch Mr. Lorry. I watched him and I was like, never mind, I will just pay him. Uh, here. These go and those, and I'm gonna later. That's fine. They're fine. Just trying to get everything together here. Okay. Yeah. No. 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 It was meant to go that way. That route. That's one of my superpowers. I've done little superpowers, and one of them is I can make anything sound dirty. Just give me a moment. I mean, my shirt literally says I shaved myself. She got me the shirt. All right. So I finished that bag. Should have time to finish some wallets. This is the most at once of these that I have done, and I know I'm going to have to break the carpet wallets up into small groups. Otherwise, I will probably lose my mind. But I have some has-been, some more has-been, and then some WandaVision, which I found this really fun black glitter. I think this was sent to me by Beauty and Geek. I have to double check, but I love it because it looks like TV static. It's so cute. All right. So this is me finishing the classic zip around wallet. I really should make some minis. Maybe the big ones. I know Amber from Crafty Reporter loves the bigger ones. Who do I have? So this, by the way, is how you use your forming block if you weren't sure. But see, I take the block out and it just sits like this. In fact, I get the B grade block. So they're still useful. They're just not as pretty. And I'm obsessed with making sure things that go out are pretty. All right. I need these aside. Okay. Mm, okay, so I'm gonna put that up. I've got some half-inch wide tape and kind of just do a rough measurement and then try not to cut my hand here. These are like almost safety set. These are practically safety. So the way I do a bunch of them, um, I pull them out. I pull it out. Yeah, I go see. Here we go. And then I put another one about the same height, and I just run my finger down, match them up, and then clip. I do one way the hell over here so that it takes so match up the center, and then I run it down, and I kind of just like tack it to my finger, and now I have the same length because you need 6 pieces of this. I do the fan fold. Yes, I'm a big fan of that of the folding method. It's pretty much the same one from the NCW necessary clutch wallet. So it seems silly to. I mean, I'm sure you could do a stack method if you wanted. This is the classic zip around from Maggie 55. The construction is so intimidating looking. I have had this pattern for almost 2 years. And right before Christmas, or right after Dragon Con, somebody at Dragon Con said that they really wanted a wallet that had the zip around. Like crap. Well, I know that method. Um, for Rita, what I do is I actually for my card slots, I don't use for measurements. Um, I use the first one for the fold of the slip pocket part, but then when I'm folding it, I got a card helper. I put one of my card helpers down. So I'll put the card helper down on top of where the fold is at the top where the slip pocket top is. So I put that down, I'll hold that, and then I'll pull over the long edge, hold that, slide the card out, and then iron it. And then like, yeah, 3/4, something like that. Then I just use kind of judgment. So here, let me show you. I also make the strip a little bit longer. That way I can trim it down some when I need to. So that way, what I do is then when the top is in, I fold it back over, putting the card against that inside fold. So pretty much letting it into the slot and then fold it to where I feel is comfortable. I like being able to see the cards because with this pattern, you don't um, top stitch them. So I definitely enjoy using my little card helpers, which these are available in a set of 6 on Fat Rabbit Supplies, and you get your name on them. I need to get him to make me some more. But this way, when you're taking pictures, if you put these in, you can have your name just kinda going across the top, and that way your pictures show that. But I do like using it that way better. Ah, screen. But that's how I end up doing mine. Yeah, no top stitching, and I will say, this wallet converted me from top stitching because it's it's not detrimental to the wallet either way. Oh, yeah, Frida, you do have a full set, don't you? It's not detrimental either way. Also, if you've picked a thread that really matches your outside but is only so-so, now you don't have that thread all over the place. Like right here, all I have it in is the middle. I also do 2 lines. That way I don't have to back stitch over the card slots, but yeah, the card slot method is not bad at all. I just don't like how she folds them, but that's an easy switch. But, oh, it was a simple switch for me. Sorry, I'm trying to get better about that. And I use glue stick. I don't use the liquid glue, it dries quicker. This wallet inside is for the deckies. Aaron, my husband helped me pick this out. I really like the skeleton pieces, but to break up all the skeleton, we picked this one because he said it looks like carpet that would be in Has Been Hotel, and I'm like, "Yeah." I think for the card slots, the top stitching is more decorative. Like, the way most of them folded, you can tell where the pocket is. Like, see, this is just all one color, so the top stitching wouldn't have been a bad idea, except I'm using red, which means it's still gonna get lost in it. Uh, and when it's filled, it's really not hard to see them, but it's definitely more of a decorative thing. There are so many times when I'm like, "Okay, so we gotta top stitch this," and I'm like, "No, wait, I don't." Like, you don't top stitch on the slip pocket top, you don't top stitch the accordions. It takes away the chance at, um, the chance for loose threads. Uh, it also takes away some of the time. I'm definitely able to do oh, it did pull through, okay. I'm definitely able to do these faster, even with the extra prep of folding back these and the, Uh, yes, I do think I have, one of my lives when I was working on them. What I'll do is I've gotta cut out a bunch more, so, I'll do a couple, I'll show you how I batch sew them over a couple of lives as well. But yeah, there's no extra top stitching, really. So, I think without the top stitching, it takes away about I'm gonna be very honest, about 15 to 20 minutes off of these. Tammy, this pattern is from Maggie55, like all spelled out.com. This is the classic zip around wallet. She does have a Facebook group. The Facebook group has the numbers for how to do the wallet with the contrasting midsection. Otherwise, it's one piece, not to be confused with anime. To be fair, the even if I'm using a non-directional, I still have this in the middle. It just adds a nice thing. Thank you, Cynthia. Yeah. All right. So I take the tape off the back. I usually start with the side that my label's on. I'm gonna push back my tape, and that's because I want to make sure that my innards, that's just, I guess what I call it. Uh, yes, classic zip around. And there's a mini version that is so adorable. Uh, so I want to make sure that it lines up or is just under this. So I've got it marked. There you are. And I feel like that mark off. Okay. Because your lining should be, if stretched out, a little bit shorter, and that's because you want it to be able to bend up and close without pushing into that zipper. All right. Also, I do 2 lines of false stitching here. When she has you put one line, you might as well just put the other line while you're at it, because to me, it seems a little silly not to have 2 lines. It bothers my eyes to see one continuous line and then one that's broken. It just it breaks me for a moment. Mm, dangerous talking right now. Okay, so I'm gonna find my false stitch start. Mm. She has you not backstitch, you pull through your threads. I'm not a fan of doing that, especially in a construction stitch. So I make sure that my false stitches end in a place that I know I can be inconspicuous with that backstitch. Yes, this will be posted on the Tubi, on the face on downloads so hard. I don't know what's going on. I can't decide what I want for lunch, and I think it's breaking my brain because I've got chicken and broccoli leftovers, but I've also got mac and cheese leftovers, homemade. The issue with the mac and cheese leftovers is I've had them for 4 days now, and I'm like, I like mac and cheese, but this might be a little ridiculous. Okay, sorry, bear with me for a moment. I'm just trying to get. Need to I need to do a little bit more research still on StreamYard. Just make your way nice and slow around your curves. if you're not sure how well you went around the curves or went on the first time, um, believe me, I am amazed by how some people can do things too. It's just a lot of fun. It's practice. It's practice and knowing that the first time you do it, it's gonna suck. But as Jake the dog says, the first step to not sucking at something is doing it. Yes. Okay. There you go. Did I press something right? Um, like I have kept my first NCW. I will never sell it because it's a train wreck. But I keep it around so that if I'm having trouble with a pattern or something, I just pull that thing back out and I go, wow. Hi Joyce. My name is Liz. Okay. There's nothing red nodding up weird in the back. Make kind of question your life choices. Oh, I know you're there. Come on. Is that you? Nope. Okay. Ah, there you are. So my other superpower is I can pretty much get out any knot. But my weakness is I am terrified of the dark to the point that I will leave the bathroom light on so that I can get back without having to worry about what's following me in the dark. Watching horror movies. Oh, I don't. Yeah, I have hyperfixation issues sometimes. Sometimes I can fight them, and sometimes they win to the point that I hate how they won. Right, so there's one side. I'm just making sure that the zipper isn't going to get impeded by anything. Uh, oh, you really can't even see that red. I did pick a good color. All right. So I have my mark up here. I'm just going to touch it with a flame. All right. So I've got that done. So what we want to do is push up. I've got a friend of mine. She does not like scary movies either. First is still in the drawer. Oof. Okay, Cynthia, those are the hard parts. Those are definitely the hard parts. Because if your machine doesn't like your materials, that's where it's gonna show. To do the card slots, I for the NCW, I don't sew with it open side up. I put the card slots in and I close the wallet, kinda get it situated, and then I do 2 ticks on each side where the middle feels good, and then I put a piece of washi tape down the middle of it, and then I sew that down. This way, if you have your bobbin thread wants to pull or be a jerk, it's gonna be a jerk in the inside where you're not gonna even see it. Oh, yeah. I have a healthy acknowledgement of what could be in the dark and would, like to not anger it. Alright, so let's do the other side. Here we go. Just use my boobs here to hold down the pocket. I mean, that's what they're there for, right? At least they're finally useful. There you go. The mirrored vinyl on some of the things, yeah, it's gorgeous. Ow, can't get my elbow to pop, and that's always fun. Okay, so once again, I'm going to start with my midpoints that I have marked, and when I'm putting on the other side, I'm making it sit. It really depends on what you're wanting to start sewing. If you're wanting to get into bags and you like all the vinyls, um, honestly, I know Jess from Okla Roots has a really great machine that she uses. My machines before this big boy were, computerized brothers, and that was with me really being wary of the materials I was using. You can make bags on any machine, it's just what you're making with the bags. Um, Lauren has a great video on how she talks about her buying her machine. Uh, Come here, you. You pushed back, you under, trying to make sure my zippers are out of the way. So I'm pushing it flat and making sure that, there you go, the bump is pushed back so out of the way. You know? So now it's flat, but it's not. You want that little hump. Oh, the lady love. Oh, I'm definitely out of it today. Ugh. All right. I'm gonna boop, boop. So I use a screwdriver to kind of go along the curved edge to kind of pull the so that I can pull that zipper out of the way. I don't want to say it ruined the wallet, but it did take the wallet down a little bit. That the zipper under the curve kind of scooched underneath, and it did create a small pucker, which your girl couldn't live with that. So I undid the stitching and then had to hand frame it, and again, I didn't let it ruin the wallet, but boy, did it ruin my day. Always make sure that the other side of your zipper is out of the way. Usually I clip it, but I didn't the other day on the two that I did, and it worked out nicely. So I was like, okay, come on. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, zippers are definitely one of the bigger humps for folks. Um, Oops, I guess I should cut this one too, huh? Boop. It's zippers are a challenge until, like any skill, one day it's not as challenging. I will definitely admit this wallet intimidated the loving hell out of me. I must have watched her videos 6 times and read over the instructions another 7 or 8. And really, I hold the thread and you knot yourself up. You have knotted completely. Okay. If you can't pull the thread through, just keep tugging until you can't tug anymore and then clip it. And then just make sure that you clip really close on the other side, but the knot should hold it in pretty well. Alright, alright. The only thing that really worked was me just finally doing it. Even cutting it out, I messed up on a couple of things. But once I put the zipper on the first time and I closed the wallet and had that quick instant gratification, like, the fact that she has you do it this way means that right away, you already have this. You already can see how this wallet's going to look. And that actually kind of spurred me on a little bit because I was like, wow, this doesn't look too bad. Okay, well, let's get the innards done. And the innards are much simpler than the NCW, but also harder. It's because there's a lot of that extra prep work that you have to do. Come on, come on. You. So now we have little talker. I've got it written down. It's probably not going to happen until after Dragon Con because I really don't have time to devote a week to a project. But I do have a plan to make a double zippered one. I have an idea. I've got it written down. I just have to do it. And I think it'll be really cool. And I think I'm shooting myself in the foot here. Maybe I should say stubbing my toe. My nephew and I are working on changing witticisms or whatever you want to call them. Like we don't say kill two birds with one stone. We say feed two birds with one stone, which I enjoy much more than hurting little birdies for nothing. So I feel like if I do this wallet, I'm really going to be stubbing my toe into it, but I really want to do it because I think it'll be really, really cool. So I'm sewing the accordion pieces together. And it's at the seam allowance that she has in there. And it's going to feel like it's not enough of a seam allowance. Don't worry, you're going to be sewing it more. In fact, because I'm doing multiples at once, I can do to a step and then get the glue standing into it. There we go. Oh, great. If you're still there, by the way, what really helps me is once I get the folds done on the cards is I take a little bit of glue stick and I just glue the sides together, just the sides of the pocket slots. There's the word. So normally what she has you do is you glue one side, put glue on one side, and you put the thing in there. Then you sew that, and then you put glue. I don't got patience to wait around for glue to dry. So I'm going to glue both sides and let it sit while I work on one of the other ones. Don't do this. This is a bad habit of mine. I have almost swallowed one of these. Check that. I have swallowed. Please learn from my mistakes. Okay, so I want the zipper to open this way. Because okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and put that there. There we go. Because I use a 1/4 inch and a number 5 zipper, I have adjusted by 1/2 inch. 1/2 inch? Yes, I've taken 1/2 inch uh, off the length or the height of my zipper pockets as well, and I have found that they fit better now. Otherwise, I was having to fold up more. I've also found that you want to make sure that your tops match. So if you're having to push the bottom out a little bit, first of all, make sure you put a little fray check on it or glue of some sort. But then uh, just make sure that your tops match. Like I can see that they don't. Hang on. Sorry, there we go. I was feeling for the actual pocket. Alrighty. I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. So right now, we're almost done with that one. So I'm gonna let the glue dry. And then as one division one, I'm gonna put up the glue before I end up with it everywhere again. Oh yeah, this is an amazing. I have one of these wallets. It matches my purse because once I figure out what my next purse is, I'm going to make another one for myself. I need a summer bag. But yeah, it's got zipper or it has card slots on both sides, plus a little money wallet or receipt wallet. And then, yep, little change pocket. And it's one of the easier zippers to make. So I'm just gonna let that glue sit. And I'm going to get the zipper or maybe there we go. Whew, okay. Take also good morning, Carol. Nope. Let me do my measurement. Some God is on my knees when angel undercover. I'm inside. Can say I'm not alone. You know you wouldn't want it any other way. So I'm cutting 6 identical lengths of double-sided tape. All right. Right now I've got a block in here. And I don't keep the zipper pull on when it's sitting. But then, oh, how dare you get extra sleep? Probably needed it. Boop. There is one of the blocks. So this one's a blank, but it's what I call a B grade because it's got some like shift in here where it didn't quite print right. And it's just not good enough to me, but it's good enough for me. So I don't know what that says about me. All right. I'm going to put my pieces of tape along here. I like to put one right on the edge uh, of where your outside is folded over. Oh my God, Carol. Yes, you definitely did. I mean, I complain about my pseudo toddler screaming at me every time I go near a door right now. You know, that little bugger he snuck out 3 times in one day. Mhm. He may not be graceful, but sadly, he is smart. He knows exactly what he needs to do to get outside. So now I have to try to be smarter, and I can't promise you that. Still need that, still need that. We don't need those. Okay, there's that side with the I love my glitter vinyl. So pretty. All right. And then if you know the show WandaVision, I found a hex zipper tape that matches it really nicely. Hey, Swifty, how you doing? Trying out new angles and stuff. Can you see me? Okay? I feel like I can't see it. Let's see if that works. I might have to wait for it to catch up because of StreamYard. That's a little better. Okay. But maybe back just a smidge. Okay. Such a delayed reaction. I mean, I understand it's going through a camera, through the internet, through StreamYard to put the gram. He's starving for lunch. Yeah, if the bowl even shows a small amount of the bowl under the food, when I fill it back up, Tiamat will sit there and gorge and then go find some place to be sick. I'm like, listen, honey, you are not in the capital. I don't need you to, eat till you're full and then throw up. Okay. I don't need this. There we go. Okay. got that lined up with it being a little lower. That's fine. Let me push my zippers back. Your kitty cats. Now, don't get me wrong. I would not give Charlie up for anything. I don't know who I like enough to give up for him. And yes, I've said that in front of my husband. He just kind of goes, yeah, I understand. Because it's been a long time since I had a cat who loves me as much as Charlie does. Just going back around. After you do 2 or 3 of these, you start to kind of get this rhythm. And I don't mean like in a row. I just mean like completely. You cut, ooh, what I hit. So you cut one and do it, and then cut another one and do it. You're just going to get, you're going to have this interesting confidence at some point where you're like, well, of course I can do it now. Because I do have to say, this is a very intimidating looking wallet. It has that feeling of there's no way I can do this. So I pull my threads to the back, but I still back stitch. Let's see if I can actually do that on one. It was See, I'm starting to think Tiberius doesn't like being called out. Every time I say he's being sassy or just being problematic, he just kind of gets his act together. Like he's like, oh, was I being bad? I'm sorry. Are you sorry? Okay. Now I gotta get the other side. So fold back my zipper. Once again, I make it sit and then push that down while I get my tape off. All right, so I got all the backing off those, which also has to go in the trash can. I have to make sure it's in the trash can. Otherwise, if Tiamat's stressing because I'm stressing, then she eats those. She attempts to eat those. I say attempt because it usually gets brought back to the surface. Once I get the middle put in, I fold back over the zipper because I want to make sure that it's even on both sides and that it's fitting comfortably. One of them I made, you really do with this, I want to make sure that your materials aren't too thick on the inside because I made one and it was very tough to get past right here where the top of the accordion is because it was so thick, it just kind of bulged out. And when it bulges out like that, it's very difficult for you to open the zipper. So I am very wary of my materials now. Because I tried one with waterproof canvas on the inside and it was just too much bulk. So what I do is I lay it kind of flat and I put my fingers on inside of each, push down and then I kind of push that back a little bit so that it's flat, but it still has that little hump. And you need that hump so that sorry, I'm trying to get a song out of my head. You need the hump so that when you close it, those sides aren't trying to push up and it will actually close nicely. Starting in where my false stitches stopped, I use my screwdriver to help me gently move the zipper out of the way. I'm just looking at are you okay, good. Just making sure those are free. Making sure that I'm not accidentally sewing over part of the zipper tape that I don't want sewn over. And it's funny, the curves are not where I have the problem. It's actually the straightaway over the top because all you want to do is zoom down it. Don't zoom down it. If you okay, listen, if you're a magical fairy goddess of top stitching and you can zoom down it and get a good top stitch, you do you. I will definitely be putting something sacrificed at the altar of you, but I cannot. It doesn't come out as nice if I zoom. I have noticed that. So, did you flip some? Come on. Ah, boop. Yeah, see how it's kind of it's got that hump there, and this is nice and flat. That's what you really want because that means that it now has space. The outside is not the same length as the inside when it's folded. That's just science. It's physics. My brother teaches physics, and when he's mad at me, he reads some of the homework he's given the kids. Sadly, some of it sticks. I only say sadly because I have some really good like song lyrics in my head that I don't want to forget. But here comes science, like, hey, you should remember me instead. So speaking of song lyrics, my husband is the worst at hearing song lyrics. Like sometimes he'll sing something. I'm like, what the did you just sing? He's like, isn't that what he's saying? No, sweetheart, that's not what he's saying. Oh, Carol. I mean, wow, first of all, you were sewing with jeans. Hats off to you. Woo. I've sewn a pair of his jeans before. That's about all I want to do with those jeans. But yes, top stitching, just you really want it to look nice. Is it worth sacrificing the thought of the quality for extra time? And it's only like maybe even if it's an extra minute, I don't think that's worth it because I want it to look nice. Ooh, there's a couple of times when I was like, do I pick it out or not? Because it's hard for me to pick stuff out from vinyl. All right, now I need your pocket. Where is your pocket? Pocket. So what I'll do now is glue the pocket in and set this one aside, do the last one, and then I'll barely hiccup. Had Bojangles for breakfast, and there is some regret going on, especially when it comes to the hiccups. Oh, actually, first, there we go. Come here, you. All right, so I'm going to sew the accordions together. Again, trust the process. This it feels like a super tiny seam allowance for something that's supposed to be, keeping the wallet from flopping completely open. But it's not actually. I really love this. I do have to say, I really, really love this process. And I love this process because it allows you to get this part sewn and then not try to fight with sewing it and your pocket at the same time. And again, Carol, I definitely would not have judged you for a rage throw. I I don't want to say I never raged quit. I have raged quit after a certain point where I had some strikes and I had a customer. She wanted a bowler bag, but she wanted one that looked like a bowling bag. Well, there's one that Blue Peppa does. And I didn't watch a video on it. And I will say this is how I learned my lesson to do that. It's hard for me to, I have to really love a bag to just buy it without watching a video. Um, so I've got those sewn. Now I'm going to add glue and put this in. Yes, I do want it that way. Okay. So I was like, great. I'll I'll do this bag with the strikes that I have coming in. I did not like this bag. I did not like how it came together. So I decided I was going to try to not fix it. I was going to try to make it in a way that did not make me want to burn the world asunder. Because, yeah, I tried making that bag 3 times, and that is a pattern that has been set aside. I'm hoping, what I'm hoping is that I was doing a bag encounter that was above my level. And if that's the case, that's fine. I have it in maybe another year. I might go back and do it because it's a super cute freaking bowling bag. Thank God she decided she wanted a different bag because I was like, thank you. Like, please, I don't want this bag. I don't like this bag. Oh, let's see. My bobbin thingy apart. Oh, well, that doesn't help either. And that's the problem too. When a bag is being a problem, it feels like everything decides to jump on the bandwagon. Like the bag has convinced your machine to be a jerk now. And now it's like, hey, Thread, why don't you just be a complete garbage thing too to this person? It just goes downhill. So I've got that taken care of. So that's gonna fit over here. Put my soup out. I'm gonna eat my broccoli and chicken for lunch. Yeah, there's nothing like everything going wrong, you know. And my husband used to say there were some days when he was like, "Why are you getting mad at the small things?" I'm like, "Because there's 50 small things." All right. Have you ever seen squirrels? A ton of squirrels go after something. It is terrifying. Okay, and that's what I feel like. I feel like it's just everything on top of me. If I could get, I tell him sometimes I just need one thing to work. When one thing works, suddenly it feels like half the weight is gone. Even though you still have 49 other things now still going wrong, one thing's better. It gives you this like hope that everything's going to go, that everything is starting to adjust, and that's really all it takes sometimes. Just one thing, and not another thing to be added on in its place. Boop. Now we have another puck. Yeah, we had a batch of the blocks just go like this was unacceptable. It doesn't it's not even really straight. So I was like, well, fine, I'll keep those. However, Cat Train Creations, if you watch this and you want a B block, let me know. Because as you can see, it still works just beautifully. Okay, I'm gonna let that sit just like that. I'm gonna get my pieces. Because it is long. Okay. Your tape doesn't have to be the exact length. It's just it helps if it's enough to keep everything from moving. That's all it's there for. Oh, oof. Well, what's on 15 to 12? Wow, doing really well today. Finished the Twilight bag. I'm so sorry. That's right. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you over there. Yes. In fact, with the Hasbin Hotel, I just grabbed more files from Positive Paints that did this. Uh, because she did Adam and his angel with some boba, which made me happy, and a fat nuggets, which she knew I was fiending for. A cat Alistair, which I think is a missed opportunity, not calling him Meowster. He has the perfect deal for you. What else did I grab? The verses, the V's, that's what they're called, the V's. And oh, Husk being a cat, like all these little cat things. It's just so stinking cute. I cannot wait. In fact, I need to talk to her again because I meant to buy a license so that I could make webbing with the ducks. I really want to make webbing with the ducks. This is my favorite. I love Serpentis. He makes me so happy. Uh, First of all, a good pun. Second of all, that's what we named our bigger printer because it's a Cobra. So I call it Serpentis. We call the smaller one Baroness because though she is small, she is mighty. She's mighty damn fast. I don't know if y'all ever watched G.I. Joe, but you watch that bitch running those heels. She gets across the screen. She was my favorite. Everybody's like, you're supposed to live one of the Joes. I do. I love Shipwreck, but I love me some Baroness. She was so much. She was better. She deserved better than Destro. Alrighty. Matching up my middles again. Maybe getting that top one to stick. I will be very honest. I barely use the tape. It is literally just to keep it from sliding around when I'm sewing. But I would I would be worried about not having it on there. Alrighty. This side can be completely flat because we're really not dealing with much. Ooh, I might just have just enough. I'm probably going to have to use a spool or something else. Where are you at? You're way up there. Oh, that's right. Mr. Tiberius here got, oh no, oh no. Whoop, 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 whoop. And right before I started stitching, I'm glad I checked because my zipper tail was right under there. Okay. Here we go. And I always flip my zipper up. It just seems easier to pull it out and along. And I think the curves are a little bit easier. They're technically not. They're just easier for me because I don't have that urge to, I don't have a need for speed in the curve because I'm trying so hard to make sure that it looks good. With that straight top, all I want to do is go zoom, 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 zoom. There we go. That's up the way. Go. Trying to be little because I know that I would have been so unhappy because yeah, see when I was sewing I started here and this zipper was underneath and I could tell that the needle caught it. I could feel it. So I've done a lot of these and even I almost messed that up. Oh, don't do as I do with this one. Um, come on, there we go. Just trying to loosen that up, but that is actually really not it. So once again, I'm just gonna pull really hard, seal that up nicely, and then ever so carefully get that cut. And then do the other side. Oh, getting tired. But if I can get these done today, then that means I can work on this afternoon other stuff that needs to be taken care of and not feel like I'm having to give up time at the machine. 'Cause that's part of it for me is like I don't want to be an adult. I just want to sew. Why can't I just sew? Sorry, I just stared into the void for a moment. I started planning things. So I have to be really careful with that type of stuff because I will just go into my head and lose track of all time because all I'm thinking about is what I need to do next. And sewing is few things that I don't that I can really just keep myself in the moment. But my brain is trying to pull me to the next thing right now. It thinks I need to start thinking about what I'm going to do later then. When that starts to happen, if I really, really, really have to fight hard, then what I will do is start thinking about my next meal. If I think about my next meal, it does tend to kind of push everything out a little bit and tends to break that. You hey there, buddy. What did you do on the other side? Oh, I have to hang on because we made a weird noise. It feels fine. Looks stitched. All right, well, here's hoping. Y'all might see me have to pick out stitches. I mean, not like you haven't seen it before, but then I have to go around real careful, like, so that I get in those holes again. Okay. Whew. Because I'm like, I either pull it up or. Okay, so threading went a little weird. It'll be fine. You won't really see it. But if I try to undo it and fix it, I'm just going to create another problem. Instead, I can cinch some threads and then it looks just fine. Thankfully, is this thread kind of blends in with it really nicely. I will say I wasn't even worried about that. It's just the outside that I really wanted to make sure looked good with the color, which that golden red is just nice. Hi, Linda. The machine I'm using is it's kind of an off brand one. It's from a company called New Tech. It is a GS0303. It is also stickered all to hell and back. Let's see. So now I need to get these together. I'm very curious. Wow. I might actually be able to finish these wallets with this. Go me. That is not a challenge, Bobbin. That is not a challenge. I'm not challenging you to a game of chicken. I'm challenging it to a game of chicken. Okay, there we go. Yeah. All right. Good. Good. Okay. So now we fold this in half because we've got both sides done, right? Yep. One time I got ahead of myself and sewed these and then looked down. I was like, oh, I hadn't sewn the other side. I just got ahead of myself. It happens, especially when I'm when I'm batch sewing. So what I'll do is uh, I'll look at cutting out a bunch of these again because I'm still con prepping, and I will do one from start to finish on a couple of lives so that you can see the process of how I prepare the pattern because there's a lot of prep work to it. And I usually batch prep, which means I do I'm folding and stuff and getting everything together, but I'll leave one off. Maybe I'll leave two. No, I'll leave one not prep, and then I can sew a couple at a time. And we'll see about figuring out what else y'all want me to sew. Because I will say with batch production, it can get old. Doing these in small groups has helped a lot. Um, because it means that I'm not sitting here just sewing the same thing. Like doing the um, the modified Aries was and is nightmare fuel for me now because I did 12 of them at once. I do not recommend a complicated bag doing 12 at once. It there we go. Little brat. And I gotta cinch a thread because sorry, I've got the cap in my mouth from the glue, and it is not easy to blow out a flame when you have a cap in your mouth. But no, I mean the Aries is a complicated bag, and then the Aries modified is as complicated. But the biggest problem is that it's it was doing every step 12 times. In some cases, 24 times. When I was putting it together, I was having to sew the gusset. I was having to sew gusset sides 24 times. So it when you decide to do batch sewing, you have to be realistic about the There we go. Cannot believe it. My heart. Okay, so when I'm doing this, I put my zipper pull in the middle. It's just usually a good idea. So I'm going to pick one side and I'm going to pull that out. My zipper down. There we go. Pull that all the way out. And then I start actually at the bottom because it's easier to go up the hill than down it. In sewing, at least. Making sure that that's out of the way. Now I have the extra security of that glue. You don't have to do the glue. You really don't. You just have to make sure that it doesn't move, or you can use tape if you want. I use the glue because I'm using fabric and the glue will seal any edges. So fraying is, not has a very, very low chance of happening. And those are just the type of things that I worry about. And I think I've talked about this before, but one of those things where I said that I tend to start thinking ahead of what I need to do next. Um, that can be a detriment when it comes to sewing because, like right now, my mind's trying to say, okay, well, what do we need to do after this? Well, let's finish this step. Take a moment. When you're just about done, or if you are a planner, like you're like, okay, well, I'm going to lunch, so what do I want to do next? Do I want to go to lunch, or do that's not a bad idea. You just have to be careful that it doesn't become. I've accidentally skipped steps because I was just 4 steps ahead of what I needed to do next. But I was just thinking in my head, what do I need to do after this? Because it technically isn't done till the zipper's complete. But what I want to do is put a zipper pull on here. But I'm going to do that at the same time because I want to bring out my zipper jig. Well, I'm going to have to use the one I got from Lauren because I accidentally ran over mine that was 3D printed. So I need to remind my husband to 3D print me one. So, by the way, this is my thought process. If you ever watch Pinky in the Brain, I am a Pinky figure. That is my process. That is how my thoughts go. Random, disarrayed, but to a point. They do get to a point. It's just not the route you thought it would take. I do try to make sure I backstitch really well on the top and bottom of the accordion because it's holding in that pocket. Sorry, I thought I heard something go. Nope, other side too. So yeah, it's got that same. That's where the pocket is pushed up against, and now I've just got to go down that with the seam allowance that she gives. Some designers don't even want seam allowances to be shared. I'm not 100% sure about how Sue feels about a seam allowance being given, but there are certain designers that I just don't make assumptions. Like I know I'm pretty confident that when I do an Ora Rosa bag, that if I give the seam allowance, it's fine, just as long as I don't say, you know, I try not to give how many inches from something. I don't think she's mindset, but I don't think it's her favorite thing because some people, which I don't understand, it's so much trouble to reverse engineer a bag. I've done it. It is a lot of work. I'm not gonna say it's not worth it. It's a lot of freaking work. Okay. So just don't. It is so much work in the first place to do this. Just buy the pattern if you want it that badly. And I even then I've still bought a couple of patterns that I'm like, well, I'm never making this. Also, somebody asked earlier about Sharon. She was asking about how much stuff do I bring to the convention? I don't know. Whatever I can make before my anxiety puts me into a meltdown. Uh, but it's also about the different types of bags. I will say my low end stuff does not sell. My kind of mid price, like the Devon pouches, I sell maybe two of those convention, maybe, but that's about it. My Ericas, I don't come home with any of those. Those sell, and those are $110 bags. 110, 125, depending on the materials. The Devons, I charge 50 because of all the hardware and the zippers, interfacing, and all of that. It's about a $50 pouch, and I include a wristlet with it. So I think it's a proper price for it. I cannot get rid of them. I've got ones I am still carting around ones from like 4 years ago when it was the big pattern. Everybody was doing it. Oh, I saw so many of them. Look, when somebody puts up one of those weird suggestion posts like, "Oh, what do I make for a convention?" Which I'm sorry, I should have done a mocking voice, but that's just what I hear in my head is that mocking voice. This is like, no, just it bothers me. Mainly because of the fact that all you have to do is a search, and there's like six of those in the group, especially in I block on everybody except okay, which is should be open. Where'd you go? There you are. So yeah, before you put one a post like that, do a quick search. You're probably going to find, like I said, 6 or 7 posts in the last month, and you can look over those because the issue is, let's here. The issue I have is the fact that all you're going to get are people posting about the latest pattern. Now, if you look through those 6 or 7 posts and you see the same bag, like a couple of the same bags on each of those are holding up in popularity, and those are the ones that you should look at. This is the zipper jig. Yeah, yeah, Nicole, I agree. Good morning, by the way. Thank you for your subscription. I saw that. Um, I've got like 3 places I have to look for comments. Sorry about that. Um, yeah, pouches just don't do well. Small things, I just don't sell them. I don't know why. I have no idea. All of my high-end expensive bags, those are the ones that go. And I keep trying like little things. I even did this last year, like sticker bags. See, Tabitha, your mini pouches sell like hotcakes. I don't know what it is. I guess, and that's where I start to think. Earlier, I was talking about the fact that if it doesn't bring me joy to make, it sticks around. I don't like making those Devons. I dislike it greatly. They're just not that much fun to make for me. To me, even making a bunch of these, I'm still having a good time. So when I do my zippers, I mark a little piece across the zipper tape, and that's what I match up so that I have 3 points to match. the mids that are on here and then the other two. I pull it all the way through and make sure everything looks nice. Pull at the tail, look and make sure that everything's lining up nicely. Um, there we go. Oh, it'll be like that because I'm just pulling it at a weird angle. But everybody, like I said, every time one of those posts come up, Tabitha, I know you've seen them. Well, Texas might be, everything's bigger in Texas except your pouches. And maybe they're just fascinated by something so tiny in such a big state. Mainly, it's been interesting with Dragon Con because I have folks that will show up like the second the vendor hall opens. They are there when they can um, to buy a bag that they saw me posting about because they know it's one of a kind. They know there won't be there. They know that if it sells, they will never get that bag. I mean, not that exact bag. I'm happy to take custom orders, but my motto is one of a kind. You can share I'll share my fandom, but I don't share it exactly. I am not the same as anybody else in the world. Thank you're welcome. Yeah, I love those folks. Dragon Con folks are amazing too when it comes to this carpet thing. They don't even ask a price. They just grab the bag and hand me a card. And who am I to say no? Who am I to take joy from? I don't know. I'm getting a little punch drunk here, which is perfect timing. But so there's one. I keep my zipper pull in the middle so that it'll be easier to put my zip inside. This is longer than I'm going to put in by probably about a half an inch. I'll probably trim it down. When I do one of them from start to finish, from very start, after it's cut to start, I'll probably use what I can. Um, yes, placement will always. Well, the other thing is sometimes I can't make the same bag again because the vinyl that I used as a contrast. I mean, you know this. Tabitha's my bag sister in arms. She was making these before me, and I absolutely was so jealous seeing like the Sailor Moon ones. Yeah, the has-been stuff. I'm losing my mind trying to figure out how I'm going to keep up with doing both because I have to do a ton of carpet stuff, but I also know I got to do a ton of has-been stuff. I have already been let know by 3 people. Nope, it does that sometimes. Hang on. It shouldn't have. Shows that it's. Oh no, there it is. It says I'm still live, but that's fine. We're gonna do it this way then. Hang on, Instagram. I got you. Actually, we're just gonna let it go. Why not? It'll just be us for now. Here we go. Yeah, and I usually don't jump on a popular fandom, but I too have problems when it comes to has-been. Girl, Positive just dropped some designs and she tagged me on the Fat Nuggets one, and I know she did that on purpose because I was crying last time with part 1 that she didn't do Fat Nuggets because I love that little piggy. I think he's so cute. I spent $250. So it's just, yeah. So There we go. It was a Friday night and walk alone. And I had to stop myself because I'm like, ooh. I was like, oh, I can get a vinyl order in. I bet you I can get it in time. And I'm like, to do what? To do what, Liz? What do you think you're going to do? What do you think you're going to do with the vinyl order now? Yeah, I've got to talk to her about a license for, because I talked to her and she said that with the license I'd be able to sell webbing, and I want to sell has-been webbing with little duckies and not with little fat nuggets. Ugh. It's just with Dragon Con, I have to know that I have to work with what I've got. No, almost. Come on. Maybe. Nope. Too much. Come on. Is that it? Yes. Okay. Yeah, all I know is I don't have enough time to do everything I want to do, but you know it's the truth. Okay. There we go. Had to get a clip that dropped too. I'm trying to be good and not overplan. I've got the Twilight bags that I want to do now instead of Erica's, probably, because I did Erica's last year. So I try to bring a couple of different styles here and there every once in a while, especially for the carpet bags. For the carpet royalty line, I got how many designs now? I've got like almost 10 designs for carpet. We're supposed to plan things. Well, I wrote up this crazy list of what I wanted to do, and I've actually accomplished most of it. I'm working on the last part of it. So now I can add the backpacks and the Traveler. Let's see. Nicole says, little things I do: card holders, creative maker cases. They sell the new little itty bitty pack. Oh God, I cannot wait. See, that's another thing. I need to do those itty bitties because I know those are I'm not gonna have enough of those. In fact, y'all, your girl is dumb. Your girl ain't smart, okay? She likes to add things. I have electricity at Dragon Con. I plan on bringing my really? Now you tell me? I plan on bringing my sewing machine and a bunch of the itty bitties and sewing them as they sell because there's something wrong with me. Oh, Tabitha, did you see the Kirby stuff that I got? The webbing? Oh, this one. Maybe this one? Come here. I got new Kirby webbing. Oh, he's upside down. They're so cute. Card holders are only the card slots from the snow. I'm gonna have to look at that because that sounds like a good idea too. But look, I designed him so that he's throwing a strawberry into the mouth of another one. I have it available. So when you need it, just let me know. I'm trying to be quick about shipping when I can because Missy, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I will say, y'all are so good for a girl's heart when it comes to these lives. I have been nothing but happy. Even when I get frustrated at the end of the day, I just kind of think about how well Alive went and whether it went. I mean, because my husband's like, how many times did you stare into the void on this one? Just once. He's like, good. We can definitely look at that because I do think I need to place an order for um I love that Zim print. It's so cute. I do think I need to place an order for the has-been because at least if I have it coming in, I can take pictures of it and make little bags. Girl, I'm looking at getting a touch screen for my booth so that people can look through because some of this stuff just sells so quickly because they know me now. I think this is year 6. There we go. Sorry, I'm doing math and I'm staring into the void. Yeah, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23. Yeah, this will be year 6. 5 or 6. I don't remember. Numbers are weird in my head. But so there's 1, 2, and 3 finished. Hang on. I'll show you the rest. I also want to make that new Kindle cover because I want to make one for my thing. Feels like too much work. So there's another has-been for y'all. It's my baby. Then, oh yeah, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of these, by the way, are Positive Paints design. Because I love that one. This is my little babies. This one's going to be hard to let go. Because look at him. Look at him. Look at my son. My son is my husband. Here's the Masquerade Girl. See, maybe I should get a Bluey. Oh, speaking of like designs and stuff like that, I've been thinking of doing a Patreon. So here's Mothman, the moths from Positive. I forgot it was a transparent, but I really like it on that white background. So Last Unicorn. So excited for that one. And then Good Goofy Movie. So, and y'all will have to let me know in comments and stuff. I'm thinking of doing a Patreon where I release a design. So there'll be 2 levels. It'll be a sticker level where it'll match the seamless design of the other level. So it's like $7.50 for the sticker level. And you'll get a new sticker every month. And then like $20 for the seamless. And that'll come with printing rights, but not like small business printing rights. When I say small business, I'm sorry, let me be a little more specific. You wouldn't be able to print it to sell large amounts of the design. Because I have a bunch of designs. Like I've got corgi butts. I have cat topiaries. And I might do it to where you can pick, or we'll do a poll. But I've been thinking about doing that. But yes. Yeah, like fabric sellers would have to buy the license for it. But like every 2 months would be a fandom one. Like, no, don't fall, please. Please don't fall. Or you can fall, that works. Like, I have my Christmas sprites. They're little soots. That's upside down. Like Soots B. And it's even got Totoro as a Christmas tree. So I'm thinking thinking if I do designs like that, oh, hey, he was looking for that. This way, folks get, you automatically just get one every month, depending on what tier you're on. And this way, folks that can't really like spend a lot, like maybe I've had some folks that are like, oh, I wish I could buy some of this stuff. I'm like, I wish you could too. And some of them are serious, and it's not just a, oh, I'm waiting for you to give me a discount. I don't really discount my stuff anymore because I'm already keeping my prices as low as I can as it is. Vinyl in bulk. I on the Kirby class. It did come out super cute, the Kirby's that I drew. I even put them on a ribbon that says I accept sacrifice. It's like eye candy, that stack. Oh, thank you. I love how they sit like this. So what do you mean by vinyl in bulk? Because I buy my designs like 1 yard at a time, but I get them overseas. So they look really pretty like this. You just can't tell what it is. But oh, the zippers. Oh God, this is gonna take me a while, believe me, to put these zippers in, but that's for movie time. In fact, it might be an overshare, but that might be for when I get my period and I can't do much but sit there and groan. Anevia's fun. I'm looking for a Rainbow Bright. Yeah, you do really well with a lot of the 80s, 90s stuff. And I've been looking at some of the designs that I have in my, because I just put stuff together. Like I have a design that I did that's all the different D20s with all the different pride flags that I did a demesk for it. Sorry, it's a Weird Al song that's playing now. I don't have any of it with me, but yeah. Okay. I think I might put up a poll too, and we'll see. And I'd probably do like tip videos on there too, but I don't mind doing. I might just make that one pure art. So it would be pretty much under Fat Rabbit Supplies then, I think. I try to keep the two separate, mainly so that I don't lose my ever-loving mind. Because, oh, and I have an idea to do Christmas tree cake ghosts for Christmas. Because I'm trying to make it have Winterween. Because we have Summerween. Why can't we have Winterween? Oh no, yeah, not gotta feed the baby. We will definitely do so, but this baby also needs lunch, so I will let y'all go. I hope everybody had fun, and the next 2 lives will be working on the zip around wallet. I will see if Sue will let me post about that to remind everybody in her group, Maggie, the Maggie 55 show off group, and I'll post in a couple of other groups. Lunch for all. Good God, I am hungry. I wonder what that noise was. Okay, so I'll talk to you later. And let's see. First, we will say goodbye to the tubes. Goodbye, tubes. Yes. Okay, and